Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered graceful chaotic dual stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Tian Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on graceful chaotic dual stage, creating loud noises. Graceful chaotic dual stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Tian Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic Path Gu masters on Tian Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal Gu house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal Gu house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City. It was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal Gu house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two immortal Gu houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of qi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of Gu masters were mixed in. The two immortal Gu houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal Gu house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal Gu house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal Gu houses appeared one after another. These two immortal Gu houses were small. One was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal Gu houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal Gu houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal Gu house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal Gu houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's Gu immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's Gu immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The immortal goo house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Gue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiusheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect, it is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, we will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The Celestial Court's goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the Celestial Court's goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good, the Celestial Court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one, what were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought. The Battle of Tian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal goo houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. The corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside. These dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. the 3 immortal goo houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic duel stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Ing Wu Xie had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Haha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the Celestial Court, come! Come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless goo worms, both immortal goo and mortal goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals as goo materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine goo. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, Providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal goo houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal goo died, 2 immortal goo were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Gu immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Gu immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered, but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Bo Qing immortal zombie, and Ying Wuxie. Even though the other 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Fang Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more Gu worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait, how can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Qin Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years. When has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Qin Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Ah, Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, it's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court? Lian Jiusheng, Bai Qin Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng or him? The Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lian Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Baisheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything. It was no small matter. But thankfully, This was the interior of the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven overseeing tower lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lien Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lien Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Goo Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Goo Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Goo's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lien Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years. Nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Goo was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will. There would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed. Why are you still surrounding me? Bai Chen Tian said impatiently. The immortals reacted at this point. They apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Chen Tian. They even glanced at the other Goo immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked. He quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone listen to me, don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lien Jiusheng was just exaggerating. If he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago. Why would they only do this? The immortals were shaken. They reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lien Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lien Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 immortal Goo house can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The immortals were all experienced people. After the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the immortals. It crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the 3 immortal Goo houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Goo immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the 3. No rush. Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, "That's right, we have Ingwu Xie. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless." "You are talking about me." Ingwu Xie stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Ingwu Xie took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. "Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous." Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam bam bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 extreme immortal zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 extreme formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the 3 sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. "Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now." Inside Sacred Feather City, Ingwu Xie spoke happily. "Good, deal with Fang Yuan first and seize Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage." 7-star child immediately replied. Ingwu Xie nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If they dealt with him and seized Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Ingwu Xie was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into Dream was not enough. Against rank 8 goo immortals, it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's goo immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move, they would be able to break it more easily. Ingwu Xie had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. "Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck." The Shadow Sect goo immortals were even more nervous than Ingwu Xie himself. Rank 7. Dream Path killer move. Leads soul into Dream under the immortals' expectant gazes. Ingwu Xie did not disappoint them, he successfully activated a Dream Path killer move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard, he fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, The hero is down and out. It is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Fang Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Ing Wu Xie scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it? Did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Ing Wu Xie's performance affected everyone's hearts. Ing Wu Xie shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move. It seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals relaxed. Ing Wu Xie, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded, let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic dual stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic dual stage, Ing Wu Xie suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no, he broke free." Lead soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Fang Yuan, it was not very effective. Because among the immortals present, only Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Ing Wu Xie. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, lead soul into dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Fang Yuan had a lot of dream path mortal Gu. He could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits, at this moment, gave Fang Yuan a huge reward. But when Fang Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic dual stage, was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand steadily. He directly fell inside the immortal Gu house. But he had already regained his senses. He quickly activated graceful chaotic dual stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the immortal Gu house to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is lead soul into dream. The Shadow Sect immortals shouted. Many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Ing Wu Xie scratched his head, saying anxiously, "Let me try again." Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan. Her eyes were like pools of water. She had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time, he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Fang Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Ing Wu Xie cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic dual stage when Fang Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the immortal Gu house and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic dual stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. Seven-Star Child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. Ing Wu Xie hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it. It hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than Seven-Star Child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case. They were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms. They were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic dual stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past. It was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wu Xie shouted, ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortal's gazes were gathered on Ing Wu Xie's face. Ing Wu Xie nodded with certainty. He went in. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic dual stage again. But graceful chaotic dual stage was extremely dangerous. It actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? Seven-Star Child frowned. He went in. No, he came out again. Ing Wu Xie stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic dual stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic dual stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunxing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunxing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods, they might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated, and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic dual stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Tian Mountain and graceful chaotic dual stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal goo house, this famous goo immortal who had made a name for herself in Northern Plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunxing had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Chapter 1014. Fairy Li Shan, can you immediately contact Blazing Heaven Demoness? Fang Yuan's gaze penetrated the immortal Gu house as he looked at the battlefield, asking. With the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demonists did not join the new alliance. This was probably the plan of He Lulan and Fairy Lishan to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were both trapped. Were they afraid that Blazing Heaven Demonists would not help them? Fairy Lishan understood that she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. She rolled her eyes at Fang Yuan and immediately tried. After a while, her face turned slightly pale as she shook her head and said, "No, this 10-terminal formation is really powerful. You can even block my information path techniques." Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can only contact this strong reinforcement by breaking through the formation." Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demonists arrived, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. He placed her inside the immortal Gu house. If they were not placed inside the immortal Gu house, it would be too dangerous outside. It would be unjustifiable. The Blazing Heaven Demonists did not think about it for now. With the reinforcements of He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, and Fairy Lishan, the Shadow Sect was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. And against Heaven Overseeing Tower, Ing Wu Xie with rank 7 cultivation level was not enough. During the stalemate, the heavenly tribulation gradually strengthened. The heavenly tribulations came one after another without any repetition. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Pa 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 series of crisp sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of Vajra pearls suddenly fell from the sky. Grand Tribulation, Shadow Sects Gu Immortals were all moved. Haha, this is the Relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, a Gu Immortal from the Celestial Court stroked his beard and laughed, exposing this tribulation. This tribulation had already surpassed the scope of the 10 catastrophes. Calamities like the Snow War Tribulation Lightning were only within the scope of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. As for this Relic Vajra Tribulation, it was a tribulation that was a level above the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would be surrounded by calamities and tribulations. According to one's immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations would occur at certain intervals. Calamities and tribulations are interdependent. If they could not, the Gu Immortal would die. If he could overcome it, his foundation would increase greatly, and his cultivation would rise. Among them, the rank 6 Gu Immortals had Green Grape Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, he reached rank 7. Rank 7 Gu Immortals with Red Date Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity occurred every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A catastrophe every 100 years. After 300 years, he reached rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would condense White Lychee Immortal Essence. A heavenly tribulation every 10 years and a great tribulation every 50 years. 10,000 tribulations in 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, he became an invincible rank 9 Gu Immortal. Earthly calamity, heavenly tribulation, grand tribulation, myriad tribulation. The power of the calamities and tribulations increased from small to large. The earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation were already very difficult, and the grand tribulation was even more terrifying. Countless Gu Immortals lost their lives because of this. Their immortal light faded forever. This was something that Gu Immortal experts would always remember. Constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called Beyond 10,000 Tribulations. There was basically no Gu Immortals who could pass them. Once they passed 1 myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory. Gu Immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 Venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations. He was favored by the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. He had a chance of becoming a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. During the 3rd attempt, he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again, he died. The current old ancestor Shui Hu of northern plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu bitterly. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. They could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly, their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time, they had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced, they were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years. This was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not targeted at them, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were overjoyed. They could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sex immortals had grim expressions. They frowned deeply. Amazing! The Celestial Court's Gu immortals smiled. They had also used the delaying tactic. It was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move, we might be able to defeat the other party. Ha! Bai Chen Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu venerables, which one can obtain immortality, revere heaven and earth, follow the will of providence, that is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yu Lu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap, clap, clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Gu House to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Gu, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal Gu houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the Immortal Gu House and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal goo houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's goo immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence, this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal goo house. Even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Its specialty was to capture, raise, and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the immortal goo house that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power mortal goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power mortal goo. Even though the immortal killer move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power mortal goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish Power Goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of Wish Power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the Relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 Extreme Formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation, in just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is about to collapse. Hei Lulan cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation, if she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks. Starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the goo immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the immortal goo house earlier. He could not be distracted and control the immortal goo house to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai by Yunxing and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's special ability. Chapter 10:15. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra tribulation pearl that landed on the immortal goo house was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack, crack, crack. The entire immortal goo house shook intensely. Cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the Relic Vajra tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him and sealed inside Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. But Fang Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the giant sun's immortal essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, giant sun's immortal essence was completely expended. Giant sun's immortal essence was expended rapidly, causing Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of giant sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate immortal goo guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Displaying the profundities of time path, its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of Grand Tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of wish power mortal goo, they could not compare to Fang Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The 3 goo immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 goo immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say, they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal goo, this wave of Grand Tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous Deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. It seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant Deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's goo immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Fang Yuan controlled the graceful chaotic dual stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings. He could not use an immortal goo house to seal them. Graceful chaotic dual stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind, and fire. Using the profundity of time path, graceful chaotic dual stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier. He used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the Celestial Court's situation was the best, followed by Fang Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure. They were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like 5-finger fist heart sword. Their power was unstoppable. It made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny light deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal goo were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Bai Sheng and Bo Qing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow Sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin. The 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide. They could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point. Charge out. Fang Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls. They crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity. He added fuel to the fire. Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wu Xie held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way. We can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect Immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated. Figures after figures flashed out of the 10 Extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and so on. Their numbers were astonishing. This is... In graceful chaotic duel stage, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But, unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness. They were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 Extreme formation. Big sister. Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing Heaven Demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks, as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 Extreme formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the goo formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunsheng realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 Extreme formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary Eternal Life Goo? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the Celestial Court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation absolute piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was heavily damaged again. The dense dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation arrow rain. But this time, he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places. A large number of goo worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal goo house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 goo immortals would not be easy. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation ended, Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage broke apart. The remaining goo worms were collected by their respective goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Chapter 10:16. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was also in ruins. The goo immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The Een fog dissipated, and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while, he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up, quickly wake up. Wake up? Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no, I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect. After all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court goo immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure I am in a dream realm. But how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Fang Yuan's unravel dream method, thus, he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of celestial court goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old. Furthermore, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Goo, he had to refine Goo consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Qing and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day. Without rest, he rushed towards southern borders Tian Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Dao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Goo Immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing, the sky was dark, and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in midair, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's immortals were extremely anxious, while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadow Sect's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Ing Wu Xie, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. Huff, after enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals surrounded Ing Wu Xie. Some relaxed. After all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Ing Wu Xie's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Ing Wu Xie's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Goo Immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 Immortal Killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate. Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadow Sect's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Ing Wu Xie replied, "He is a rank 8 Goo Immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation after all. The dream realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into dream." Very good. Yen sure didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Ing Wu Xie. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Ing Wu Xie's attack on Fang Yuan failed, and Fang Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Ing Wu Xie shook his head, saying with certainty, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Goo Immortals are controlling him. That's right, Celestial Court's Goo Immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Goo Immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan and the rest. Hei Lulan and Fairy Lishan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadow Sect is using dream path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu Immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are also being obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in a precarious situation. Fang Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunxing had a worried expression. It is useless. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Fang Yuan glanced at her but did not say anything. After the third grand tribulation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage and Sacred Feather City were destroyed, only Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. Celestial Court was Fang Yuan's hope. But now, that hope was gone. Not to mention the fourth grand tribulation, even if the 10 extreme formation was activated, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Fang Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. The time was too short, it had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now. But the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no. The 10 extreme formation also supports sound path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the fourth grand tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation. And the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation, in terms of power, surpassed the first three Grand Tribulations combined. And the fifth, Star Flow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation, Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity, and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The two Grand Tribulations had not descended yet and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They had barely survived the first three Grand Tribulations. But now, the fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 extreme formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the third Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these two Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, then killed the southern border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Zither music suddenly resounded, coiling around people's hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some even fell down. the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation was slowly activating. In the sky, starlight surged down like a blue tsunami, covering 100,000 li and pressing down heavily. Star Flow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sex immortals showed unswerving determination, they supported each other and charged up. Only Ying Wu Xie was left to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower alone. Fang Yuan and the rest landed on the ground, their expressions were pale, they could not block the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation's power. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house after all, it was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal goo house, how can they block the 2 grand tribulations? Dying under the might of heaven and earth is more glorious than dying of old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan's eyes were bleak, she looked at the sky as blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Heart Tribulation. The rest were still bitterly holding on. Right at this time, an incomparably vast and peerless aura suddenly rose from the ruins of Tian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. The Shadow Sect's headquarters that Bai Ningbing could not find earlier had actually been set up by Shadow Sect long ago. Feeling such an aura, all the goo immortals present were shaken. Even the rank 8s of Celestial Court had pale expressions, their gazes were filled with fear. Shadow Sect's immortals, however, showed overjoyed expressions. Our main body has moved. Boom. A huge and sinister ghost hand suddenly stretched out of the immortal aperture's entrance. Rank 9 aura surged. A formless chi wave swept out in all directions. Rocks flew, smoke and dust rumbled. This is? Hey Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were tongue-tied. Chapter 1017. The ghostly hand that came out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was huge, it was like a hill. Hiss. Its forearm had not even come out completely, more than half of it was still inside the entrance. Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was already open to the maximum, but the ghostly hand could only come out by a small portion, it seemed to be stuck. The aura of rank 9 was vast and majestic, it continued to spread in all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they had difficulty breathing, they had a feeling that they were going to suffocate to death if they stayed here for too long. Looking at this giant hand, it was dark and eerie, it was terrifying, there seemed to be a layer of deep blue light on its surface. What soul beast is this? It has such a terrifying aura. Even immemorial soul beasts might not be able to match it. Don't tell me there are still rank 9 soul beasts in this world? Hey Lu Lan cried out involuntarily, her face filled with shock. She still did not know the true identity of this giant ghostly hand. Impossible! Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper, she retreated as she said with a trembling voice, in this world, only humans can reach rank 9. Thus, humans are the spirit of all living beings. Normally, once a soul leaves the body, it should be weak and floating, the soul was formless and could pass through walls and rocks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's right hand was solid and stable like a mountain. After coming out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance, it grabbed onto the ruins of Tian Mountain. A large number of rocks turned into powder with his grab. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path. His soul path foundation was already deep to the extreme of returning to one's true self. It was beyond the immortal's imagination. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Looking at the giant hand in front of him, Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he stared at the scene before him. He knew the origin of this giant hand. Because not long ago, after he was hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move, he entered a dream realm again. He heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's melodious voice. Her voice was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers rumble. Sorrow, spectral nights, endless soul dreams, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Along with this poem, Fang Yuan's heart flowed with an inexplicable message. The night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace in my hometown? It revealed Ghostly Hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan first heard about it, he was extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down as he looked at the gigantic ghostly hand. He felt somewhat relieved. Everyone had to die. This was the law of the world. Everyone knew that even a rank 9 venerable would not be able to withstand it. No one was spared. Then, where did the souls of these rank 9 venerables go to after they died? This point was clearly stated in The Legends of Rinzhu. The Road of Life, the Road of Death. In Obsession Death Domain, there was the world's largest impartial immortal gu. Just like in the legends, after the death of Verdant Great Sunday, their souls returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables and all living beings in the world. They all had the same ending. The Legends of Rinzhu clearly stated, the Road of Life was filled with Worry Gu, while the Road of Death had 3 rounds. They were Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Fang Yuan knew that Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Fang Yuan made a bold guess. The final 3rd round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these 3 obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's Gu immortals using all sorts of methods, disregarding all sacrifices. What is it trying to refine? Fang Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these 2 paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Gu back then. Life and death were all living beings. It was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and providence. Fate Immortal Gu might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre. The world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this battle of Tian Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable, what is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years. He is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a spectral soul demon venerable. He is not spectral soul demon venerable. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence. Even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 extreme formation is spectral soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Ing Wu Xie used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Ing Wu Xie, and at this moment he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Ing Wu Xie alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon he succeeded. As long as Ing Wu Xie set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu House. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves? Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact. 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air. They were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu House, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortals sneered. Logically speaking, even if the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could lift the ground with immense force. But this move of Embroidered Tower was the strongest attack of this Immortal Gu House. The threads used were not ordinary, they were true Dao marks. It used the Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand and the ground together. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need the strength to lift the whole of southern border. Perhaps reckless savage demon Venerable had such strength. But Spectral Soul, who was only left with his soul, could not reach the standard. The foundation of Celestial Court was unfathomable. Even if Spectral Soul faced them, they had methods to deal with him. Seeing the ghostly hand being tightly sewn, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest were stunned. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also showed worried expressions. But at the next moment, the pitch-black ghostly hand that was almost solid and had thorns suddenly turned limp, turning into a pool of black water. A vast amount of black water gushed out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountains were submerged, the surrounding 10,000 li of soul water surged, turning into a Black Sea swamp country. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. But at the next moment, a vast amount of black water soared into the sky, turning into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. The celestial court goo immortals were shocked. The huge ghostly hand swept over. It was so fast that it could not be dodged. Embroidered tower shattered on the spot. Another hand grabbed. The huge heaven overseeing tower was grabbed by the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand increased its strength. Heaven overseeing tower was covered in cracks. At this rate, the entire heaven overseeing tower was going to be crushed. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation and Star Flow Grand Tribulation attacked at the same time. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky. The Zither music was suppressed. He raised his other two arms and tore them apart. Space shattered. A huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The two grand tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Fang Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. Chapter 10:18. The immortals present could not believe their eyes. Zither Heart Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation. These two grand tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the power of a rank 9 demon venerable? Fang Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead. What appeared in front of the immortals was only his soul. This huge soul was no longer in the shape of a human. He was over 1,000 feet tall. He was indomitable. The dark cloud formed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was only at Spectral Soul's waist. Fang Yuan and the rest were in the air. They were like mosquitoes. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, they felt like they were looking at the peak of piercing cloud. Spectral Soul's chest had already reached the clouds. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sky. There were as many as 3 of his heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fiery ears, and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on the left and 500 on the right. Black as ink, bulging muscles, firm lines, and dense demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghost hands. Earlier, the celestial quartz goo immortals used embroidered tower to sew the ghost hands on the ground, but it was only 1,000th of them. This image. Could it be? Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan recognized Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She screamed. She held her head with both hands, shaking her head as she retreated in panic. She no longer had the demeanor of a rank 7 goo immortal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's image was not a secret. It was widely known in the goo immortal world and even in the mortal world. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had the custom of worshipping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. People used clay to make a statue that resembled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and during festivals or sacrifices, they would worship and hold a memorial for him. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her whole body was trembling slightly. With a gulp, Tai Bai Yunxing's throat moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's face. Excitement and yearning appeared on his face. The shock from before had disappeared without a trace. This is the pinnacle of the soul Tao? The soul returned from the void to reality, interfering with matter and condensing into a physical body. It was inconceivably powerful. Such a soul foundation. It definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. Compared to it, my soul is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. But such a powerful Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out of the door and defied fate, what exactly is his plan? When will I be able to reach the same level as him? But even at this level, death was inevitable. My pursuit, eternal life. Does it really exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment he was excited, even as an immortal zombie. But he had an illusion that his blood was boiling. The accomplished are the teachers. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a sage. He was undeniably at the forefront of Gu cultivation. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, in front of Spectral Soul, he was as insignificant as a fly. However, Fang Yuan's fear had already completely vanished. He was even more excited, almost fanatical. It was like a person who aspired to climb to the highest peak, seeing a very tall mountain, even though it was not his goal. But his body was filled with energy. He wanted to climb and surpass it. Death, Fang Yuan had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left, even the soul was destroyed, so what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom! At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, shattering Spectral Soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The celestial quartz Gu immortals pursed their lips. Looking at this towering giant in front of them, they felt extremely stifled. As expected of Spectral Soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. His aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind. His sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire. It quickly spread to the other celestial court Gu immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower together. The immortals were united. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven Overseeing Tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The celestial quartz Gu immortals were unwilling. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller. It was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 Gu immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the grand tribulation was useless against Spectral Soul, so it directly created a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation wind lightning prison. Fast, fast, fast. The myriad tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light. Killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time. Ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. He Lulan and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 extreme formation. Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This myriad tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 extreme formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%. The following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the shadow sect Gu immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the celestial court, not Fang Yuan, but the great Tao of heaven. If they were in their complete state, the shadow sect Gu immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the celestial court, Fang Yuan, and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 extreme formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost, our main body is out, we have no use now. Right? Enter the 10 extreme formation. It is good to save some time. Then what about those people? Leave it to us, Ying Wuxie said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The shadow sect Gu immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These shadow sect Gu immortals were actually split souls of spectral soul demon venerable. Precisely because of this, shadow sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, shadow sect Gu immortals were not afraid of death. They did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of spectral soul demon venerable. After the discussion, the shadow sect Gu immortals, including Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Ying Wuxie, pure dream reality seeker physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9. They were spectral soul's final trump card. The other was immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of spectral soul demon venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Even if Mo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation. It could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, spectral soul controlled the situation. He resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing heaven overseeing tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Ying Wuxie had no worries. They charged towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan and the rest were not their match. They quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted. Where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand, sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai by Yunsheng activated man as before immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. She touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back. He smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant! Hei Lulan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ying Wuxie blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm, interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled. He felt something amiss. You are an otherworldly demon. You are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 immortal Gu has already been deduced by old man Inkstone. In my current state, I cannot use it anymore, right? Ying Wuxie was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. Night fell. It was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxi Mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Haha. A young man laughed loudly. His eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured. He could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear. Instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather. You were brought up by me. I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you?" But facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. "Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy." Unhappy? That's right. Saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this? The old Gu master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding, "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind. I nurtured you for so many years. I actually wanted to hand the village to you?" Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. The young Gu master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff! With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into 2, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Very soon, laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time, his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly, he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad, is this freedom? If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu master's joyful face. 100,000 years later, thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu master's face as well. But at this time, he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough. Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength, demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky, tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder amidst this roar, the lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed, the myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Ying Wu Xie looked back with joy on their faces. But soon, the sky turned dark again, endless gray clouds gathered above spectral soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Ying Wu Xie's expression sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With spectral soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned solid, with a loud sound. It crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground, his chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily, 100 arms grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it needed to be activated. It was not easy, it needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's method of absorbing external attacks. The 6 celestial court Gu immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Cut off these arms." Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Ying Wu Xie, quickly deal with the celestial court Gu immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ying Wu Xie gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, leads soul into dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ying Wu Xie's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom transformation. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven Overseeing Tower wanted to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not escape from its phantom state. Haha, this time, why don't you try breaking free? Ing Wu Xie placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. Feng Yuan. Hey Lulan Tai by Yunxing shouted. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber, he could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan Tai by Yunxing, but suddenly, an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xie were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon, the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulan Tai by Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Feng Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball. The force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Feng Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions, and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued. Chapter 1020. This Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was simply unreasonable. Not only did it trap the Goo Immortal on the ground, it even affected their thoughts. Without thoughts to use Goo Worms, how could the Goo Immortal use their methods? Unless they had Wisdom Path methods to resist it. But there was a precondition, this Wisdom Path method had to be set up beforehand. Otherwise, if the Earth Collapse happened first, even if the Goo Immortal had Wisdom Path methods, they would not be able to use them. The first to strike gained the upper hand, the last to strike would suffer a calamity. Once they lost the initiative, they were basically finished. This showed how strong the Grand Tribulation was, not to mention the myriad tribulation above it. Damn it! Ing Wu Xie struggled but to no avail, he sank deeper and deeper, he shouted in anger. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse, it is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was very calm. Or rather, Mo Yao's remnant soul inside was very calm. She had experience. When she was alive, she had helped her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. The Grand Tribulation she had seen was even more terrifying than this. In comparison, the Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was gentle and harmless. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Ing Wu Xie sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was also stuck in the mud, his black feet were already half buried in the ground. Not just that, the front part of his left foot was tightly sewn to the ground. This was the result of Spectral Soul's body being attacked by Immortal Goo House Embroidered Tower earlier. From this, it could be seen that even though Spectral Soul was extremely powerful, he had already used his full strength, he was not in control of the situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from moving, while the other 4 were staring at the sky. Above the sky, in the sky. The gray sorrowful clouds became denser, they started to descend. The second myriad tribulation descended. But it was different from the first round's Wind Lightning Prison. Wind Lightning Prison was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Wind Lightning surrounded the body, trapping it. But this myriad tribulation was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Could it be that the main body has already been hit? Ing Wu Xie shouted. He was incomparably anxious. This is such a good opportunity, why don't you counterattack? But even when the gray sorrowful clouds enveloped Spectral Soul, the latter did not move at all, he only stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower, controlling it firmly. The celestial quartz goo immortals complained incessantly. They used phantom techniques to allow Heaven Overseeing Tower to evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond imagination, he was definitely at great grandmaster level. Heaven Overseeing Tower's void tactic. Instead, he was used by Spectral Soul, unable to return to his main body. If he couldn't return to reality, how could he fight? How could he harass him? The myriad tribulation is coming. Ing Wu Xian gnashed his teeth as he waited for the gray clouds to slowly cover him. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing squinted his eyes, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds descended. But it seemed to be completely unharmed. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Ing Wu Xie was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock and confusion. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. But someone among the celestial quartz goo immortals recognized this myriad tribulation. But Ing Wu Xie did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial quartz goo immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial quartz goo immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 goo immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 goo immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the goo immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world, even if they become rank 9 venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. His killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light, it even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her, kill her, kill her. A group of goo masters surrounded the family of 3, their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions. Father! You can't kill mother. A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might. Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan. The leading goo master was an elderly man. He spoke righteously and shouted angrily. It was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite goo masters. They raised their arms and shouted, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Whoosh. With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment, his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to call out. But he did not make any sound. From that day on, he became a man of few words. Evidently, this boy was Spectral's soul demon venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood. It was no longer hidden in the person's heart, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up, he stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, "I asked you to read our clan's history books, did you gain anything these days? Come, tell Grandpa." "Grandpa." The boy first bowed before saying, "I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights." "Tell me about it." The old man said with some interest. "Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill." The boy said calmly. The old man frowned, his tone was slightly heavy. "Explain it to Grandpa." The boy continued, "We are hungry, we need food to fill our stomachs, we need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies, we need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control." The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, "Looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many, many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed. Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use goo worms or hire goo masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations, for example. Enough!" The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger, he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, "I let you read the history books, it was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month. Stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes." "Yes, Grandpa." The boy accepted the order. His tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 goo master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment goo and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. Wrong. I am only a rank 1 goo master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door, in the secret passage, and then come out to scare Grandpa? The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door, and could only listen. 2 people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried, he was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father. The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. "Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan goo has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt." A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. "This unfilial son wants to seize power from me. Do you think it is possible?" The clan leader shouted. "Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him." Only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, The young man's grandpa's voice sounded. This unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first, and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out. As long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave. Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. Chapter 1021. Tai by Yunsheng carried Fang Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral soul demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan, who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not make things difficult for them. Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance. They were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 Extreme Formation had also entered a crucial period. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon, they threw the Battle of Tian Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fang Yuan, wake up. He Lulan slapped Fang Yuan's face, but the latter still had no reaction. He was sleeping soundly. Without Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains Gu Immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border Gu Immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng's battered appearance, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Tian Mountain? Speak, what happened there? Tai by Yunsheng had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered, if you want to know what happened, go and take a look. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans were near Tian Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which superforce, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now, He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng's aura were weak. They were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They are also so arrogant. Attack! Take down those 3 first. Thus, this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Tian Mountain, the gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Ying Wuxie and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxie, who was beside him. Ying Wuxie was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Ying Wuxie scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad Tribulation Gray Memory had no threat to someone like Ying Wuxie. Because Ying Wuxie was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second Myriad Tribulation is extremely sinister. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qing Lang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral soul demon venerable is older, he has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, spectral soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him, the gray fog rolled, and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes. They were already showing the time when spectral soul became a goo immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lad, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, two eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Goo immortal spectral soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. He saw. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter. It grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind, then accept the test of the inheritance. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs, its body was covered in thick scales, it had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open, its sharp teeth were shining with cold light, they were like daggers. On its head, there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body, there was also the aura of a goo immortal. Evidently, this was a beastman goo immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans. In history, during the era of the 3 demon venerables, they suffered the greatest losses. To think that during spectral soul's growth, he would meet a beastman goo immortal. This beastman goo immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth, biting at spectral soul. But goo immortal spectral soul did not dodge. The beastman bit down fiercely, breaking spectral soul's arm. Blood spewed out. The beastman chewed. Under its sharp teeth, spectral soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste. Thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the beastman's throat moved. He swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great. I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The beastman goo immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral soul did not retreat, he let it bite. The beastman goo immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but spectral soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the beastman goo immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The beastman goo immortal stopped. He sized up spectral soul, his tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed, others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all, I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral soul asked plainly. The beastman goo immortal frowned, recalling, to speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans, I had to run around in a world of ice and snow, I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines. I love them the most. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman goo immortal grabbed. He broke open spectral soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The beastman goo immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of spectral soul. He slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the Beastman Goo Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then, you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The Beastman Goo Immortal's movements froze. He became furious. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The Beastman Goo Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change. He became interested in it. The Beastman Goo Immortal felt this gaze. His expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs. You find it interesting? The Beastman Goo Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The Beastman Goo Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The Beastman Goo Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Goo Immortal Spectral Soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating Celestial Court Goo Immortals, as well as Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xie, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Goo Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm. His gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the Celestial Court Goo Immortals gasped. That Celestial Court Goo Immortal who was very confident in gray memory saw this and had a grim expression. He lost his confidence. But at this time, the Beastman Goo Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily. He was very happy. Tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Ah, you were deceived. But don't be sad, you are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ha! Spectral Soul's gaze flickered. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, Jiao Lai Kuangren trapped me and did not kill me. He wanted to obtain my food path. I was not his match. But he wanted my things. They were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him. I would pass my food path to a human descendant, but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here. Many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But even Jiao Lai Kuangren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks. I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger. I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. Haha, so do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent, he was very calm. The Beastman Goo Immortal's expression froze, he suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear, "What's going on? What's going on?" Spectral Soul smiled coldly, "I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the Beastman Goo Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Goo Immortal's Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had a head left. But the Beastman Goo Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Chapter 1022. Not just the Beastman Goo Immortals, even the Celestial Court Goo Immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater than the demon. Demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed. Even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed, his greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him, he is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken. Everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged, they might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals' disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain, and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time in the sky, there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation gray memory has not passed, but another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that, thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation grand clear space. Among the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds, but it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew, the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind. Its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history, there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 Wings Blue Bird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, the jade bird descended, flying around the mountain-like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, Spectral Soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral Soul did not react. Ing Wu Xie, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around Spectral Soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed Spectral Soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of zhang high in the sky. The surrounding 100 li rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind Spectral Soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen, there was a green light. This was the Green Heaven Fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu Masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul was still a Gu Immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. "Humans, you are going too far." The Featherman Gu Immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu Immortals flew into the immortal Gu house, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human Gu Immortals were not their match. They were quickly defeated. Even Gu Immortal Spectral Soul could not resist the power of the immortal Gu house. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon, the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul from all directions, surrounding him tightly. There was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral Soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger. His cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the Immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Thieving Heaven, even though you are a demon venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me." However, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak. His hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere. Living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul attacked a certain superforce and slaughtered countless people just to obtain lifespan Gu. He played with this lifespan Gu in his hand. His gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself, "Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us?" He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of Thief Providence appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hair was disheveled, his hands and body were covered in blood. He was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Rinzus. The Legends of Rinzu, the Legends of Rinzu, to think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path. the true inheritance left behind by Rinzhu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body. After my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also... A pity? It is too late, it is too late. My injuries are too severe, death is right in front of me. This scene made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals extremely shocked. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still ongoing. Chapter 1023. It was another scene. Inside the Gate of Life and Death. Obsession Death Realm. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable no longer had a physical body. What was in front of everyone was a soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the lake and said to himself, "Very good. I created the soul-devouring method from Food Path. Not only did it allow me to recover to my peak condition, it also allowed me to devour the souls of other Gu immortals and obtain their memories and cultivation experiences. This is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I haven't found the souls of any other immortal sovereigns or demon sovereigns." It was understandable that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not return either. Did he successfully return home? It's time to return to the human world. Without Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley blocking the way, it would be much easier for me to walk out of the Gate of Life and Death than Rinzhu. However, it's not appropriate for my main body to make a move for now. I'll first send some of my soul fragments out to pave the way for my main body. When I regain control of the universe, I'll deal with you. Spectral Soul's gaze landed on a special soul. He was currently sleeping soundly, his entire body releasing a golden radiance. He was like a sun as he descended by the lakeside. In the following scene, it was no longer Spectral Soul, but 7 mortals. Seeing the light of day again, I am deeply moved. Among the 7 people, one of them looked up at the sun and said, "Even though we are mortals now, with the cultivation experiences given by our main bodies, we can definitely become Gu immortals." The reverse flow river blocked the way. Originally, there were 10 clones, but only 7 of us made it out. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort for my main body to come out. Once someone with ulterior motives found out, it would be even more troublesome. They won't sit idly by. To be safe, we should split up and secretly develop in the 5 regions. Every once in a while, they will communicate with each other. If that's the case, why don't we create an organization to deceive people? Not bad. Let's call it the Shadow Sect. It's as inconspicuous as a shadow, but it's everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. All right. There are 7 of us. They were called red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Just like the immemorial 7 heavens, they were once high and mighty, but now they had fallen. This is a warning to myself not to be lazy and slack. So it's Sword Immortal Bo Qing. It really is one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. Celestial Court's Gu immortals exclaimed. One of the old women said in shame, "The evidence is irrefutable. My spirit affinity house is indeed at fault for failing to supervise. It's impossible to guard against a demon venerable's means. Even the Celestial Court was infiltrated by a traitor of his soul. Not to mention Spirit Affinity House. Fortunately, the Pagoda Master noticed. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower to discover this shocking secret that gave us a chance to stop this unparalleled demon." The Celestial Court's Gu immortals sighed. Right now, even though they could not continue to harass him, Spectral Soul's situation was not good either. Ever since the descent of Gray Memory Myriad Tribulation, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space to attack him. His injuries were terrible to look at now. Qing. On the ground, within immortal zombie Bo Qing's body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was also moved by the image of the handsome middle-aged man. Around her, similarly, gray fog surged, showing a moving scene from deep within her memories. It was a scene of ruins, mangled corpses, blood was flowing everywhere. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Qing, don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Qing, crying helplessly. Bo Qing weakly held Mo Yao's hand. At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go, quickly go. If not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head. She rejected firmly, no, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you. Oh. Ingwu Xie watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Gray fog rumbled endlessly, the scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier, it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now, it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation, they all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession Death Domain would travel Reverse Flow River and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death. They had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green, Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals, it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly, we became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of Sword Path, he has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Mo Yao to join us. Purple said leisurely. Plan. Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Goo, Love. This goo is rank 9, its power is unrivaled, Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete, he will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today, my wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. Furthermore, we have been communicating, I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an Immortal Goo recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Purple nodded. That's right. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of emotion, even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 Love Goo. In fact, we only need to cut the Love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration, he will think that he created this brand new Immortal Goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut, he will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her, we can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo in the future. Then after that, Green, did he deceive my feelings or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely, She was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era, there are countless lifespan Gu. Green slightly raised her head, her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence, Green said solemnly. Haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. She is trying to draw the Grand Tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that change soul Immortal Gu and that immortal killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there, you can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. In Wu Xie sensed something amiss, he quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent like steel, his fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial Blue Heaven fragment to research Providence. He has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly. Even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables, it has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was Green, then Blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked. They quickly said, Purple, don't think too much. This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After something happens to me, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go. Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 1024. It was another rather large painting. Green, let's go. Yellow grabbed Green's arm, dragging him out. No, I won't go. I can still be saved. Look at those 10 venerable immortal fetus Gu, they still have some aura left. Green shouted, struggling. Let me go, that was my life's work. Do you think this explosion was an accident? Look at these rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look. Yellow shouted angrily. Green's body shook, clarity flashed in his eyes, he recognized them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with lingering fear, these immortal materials are all filled with Providence. That was close. At that moment, my mind was actually affected by Providence. Even after setting up such a huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Trench, Providence still sensed us? Only a complete otherworldly demon cannot be sensed by Providence. We were sensed, there is nothing to be discouraged about. Give up, we will start again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless, he stared at the sand, nodding with a heavy expression. I already told you, Your deduction is completely wrong. Red Lotus true inheritance has nothing to do with me. Gu Immortal Dili said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal's face was shrouded in fog. It could not be seen clearly. Only the red lotus mark on his forehead was bright and clear. He or she sneered, I used the time path methods of Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. How could I be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is going to be on you. Dili was silent for a while before saying, then what else is there to say? Let's fight. Saying so, he charged forward. You finally stopped hiding. The mysterious Gu Immortal was also filled with battle intent. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Gu Immortal Dili could not defeat his opponent. He was suppressed by the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation, grand clear space, was finally over. Spectral Soul could not resist at all. His body was covered in injuries by the countless green birds. His body had shrunk by a third. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to break free from phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had unknowingly dissipated. More than half of it had already dissipated. This meant myriad tribulation, gray memory, was also over. However, the calamity in the sky was still continuing. Another wave of myriad tribulation was gathering power above Spectral Soul's head. As long as Spectral Soul was not destroyed, Providence would never let him go. Myriad tribulations, oil poison. Droplets of sticky, poisonous oil dripped down from the sky. This oil seemed to be extremely hot. When it landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling sound as purple smoke rose. The oil had seeped and flowed into the wound. The parts of Spectral Soul that were corroded by the oil started to rot intensely. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from a single drop into a series, and then into countless strands, falling from the sky and enveloping a radius of several hundred li. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in the poisonous oil. It was corroding and rotting at a visible rate. His body was shrinking rapidly. But he still didn't move. Wu Xie was down below. His face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do anything as he was struck by the great tribulation, earth caving. Any movement, or even excited thoughts, would cause him to sink deeper and deeper. What happened? You two ended up like this. He muttered, glancing at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing beside him. From the start, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was silent like a statue. He did not move, as if his heart had died. He was indifferent to the outside world. Fortunately, they were under Spectral Soul's feet. Blocked by Spectral Soul's towering body, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Wu Xie and Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. A few 100,000 li away, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng helped each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu Immortals chased after them. The consciousness of the 5 regions Gu Immortals. They were very strong. Even in the most enlightened Eastern Sea, outsiders did not have an easy time. They were often bullied and ostracized by Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan almost killed a southern border Gu Immortal, the situation went out of control. The southern border Gu Immortals were furious. Outsiders of northern plains were so arrogant. They were going too far. Not only did they fight in southern border, they even injured our people. What did they think our southern border was? Thus, they chased relentlessly. Not just that, they even called for reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were not in good condition to begin with. They were injured. They fought and retreated. Under their intentional guidance, they were getting further and further away from Yitian Mountain. No matter how ambitious He Lulan was, she did not dare to get close to that place. That was not a stage for rank 6 Gu Immortals. They were not even rank 7s. Rank 8s were only side characters. That was the battlefield where Spectral Soul and Providence fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown to the world. It had surpassed the limits of historical records. It was formless and had no substance. It only had an extremely profound and unfathomable aura. Wherever the aura went, Spectral Soul's body would explode again and again. Spectral Soul was a soul, but he was condensed into a solid form, like a soul beast. Now that he was detonated by the aura, his mountain-like body was gone, only his skeleton was left, large pieces of his soul were sent flying. Within the gray fog, another scene appeared. Inkstone coughed out blood. He held heavenly secret goo as he muttered, "So Fong Yuan has spring-autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land to seize Dang Hun Mountain." Next, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower. He is an otherworldly demon and also has spring-autumn cicada. He has clearly escaped fate. This is the best chess piece for me to deal with Providence. Alright, let me cover for you and Tai by Yunxing to prevent others from deducing you. Qin Baisheng observed the immemorial ruin bat secretly, as well as the calamities and tribulations in the world. This was the scene of Dongfang Naganori's reincarnation and tribulation. Dongfang Naganori only reincarnated, but because he was tainted by the main body's aura, Providence sensed him and sent such a calamity. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. "We can leave now. This probe against Providence has ended." But why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Jiangyu appeared with a terrible expression. "Chu Rong is dead. The operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed." What happened? Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 Thatched Demon Immortals inheritor. Fairy Jiangyu said, "This person has hidden himself deeply. His methods are ruthless. Even I could not return." 3 Thatched Demon Immortal forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal goo house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely. Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying, "Luopa Valley." Shadow Sect's group had grim expressions as they faced the central continent goo immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Jioga as he sighed. Providence's attack has already arrived. In order to protect the pawn Fong Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's goo immortals investigated Fong Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. "What do we do now?" Fairy Jiangyu asked. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Qin Baisheng gritted his teeth. Cough cough. Inkstone coughed nonstop. His face was pale. He was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. "This time, I used heavenly secret goo and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition was not good. It had already been used. Seeing that Fong Yuan came to Yitian Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Yitian Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once, so he used that Red Lotus true inheritance to revive Fong Yuan. Going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. There is no need to fear it. In that case, Fong Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain. It was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements. It can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course, it would be best if we can preserve it. Sigh, I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations for my main body. A long while later. Cough cough cough. I did not die? That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, It's every generation of Shadow Sect's think tanks, after countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With Heavenly's secret immortal goo as the core, a wisdom path killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this immortal goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence. To think that after death, he would actually help Shadow Sect so greatly. Seeing this, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were pale with fright. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already reached the stage of deducing tribulations. This meant that Spectral Soul was not moving in the Myriad Tribulation. It was quite suspicious. The mysterious Myriad Tribulation was gradually ending. The final Myriad Tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and the ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, 1,000,000 vines wrapped around Spectral Soul, forming a huge ball of vines. They coiled around him, getting tighter and tighter. They even took root in Spectral Soul's body, absorbing his soul as nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. The Celestial Court's goo immortals shifted their gazes, coming to a realization. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the contents of the tribulations. They had made arrangements to deal with them. Spectral Soul purposely did not resist. He wanted to use the power of the Myriad Tribulation to fuse his soul path foundation into the formation, using it as nutrients. What is he trying to refine? He is actually using his demonic soul as a goo material. Not just that. The Myriad Tribulation is actually engraving space path, poison path, chi path, wood path, and other Dao marks on his body, destroying his soul path Dao marks. The reason why he could injure Spectral Soul is because these Dao marks are not weaker than the soul path foundation he accumulated for 100,000 years. Gasp! Sensing this, the Celestial Court's goo immortals drew in a sharp breath. It seemed that Spectral Soul not only refined himself, he even used the power of the Myriad Tribulation to help him achieve his goal. What exactly was he plotting? The 10 extreme formation was at its final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was getting brighter. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. His face was filled with unswerving determination as he said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We need to destroy Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we need to destroy this 10 extreme formation as soon as possible. But we are already in phantom form. No, we still have one chance to retaliate." This is the research result of the successive generations of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords. It has always been a tightly guarded secret. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were surprised and joyful. Then why aren't you using it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly, saying the price of using it. The Celestial Court's goo immortals fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. Shadow Sect can be sacrificed. Why can't our Celestial Court? I am willing to stay behind and control Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon venerable, why not? More and more goo immortals stood up. Of course, there were also Celestial Court goo immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet. Where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when Spectral Soul was alive, he did not attack Celestial Court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive. What does our mighty Celestial Court have to fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal goo houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's side finally came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven Overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The myriad tribulation bramble dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of wisdom path Gu immortals. The entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven Overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal Gu in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Dao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Dao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation one side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other's soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10-terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal Gu that made up Heaven Overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal Gu, every second, a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, a rank 8 Celestial Court Gu immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, Celestial Court's side had paid a huge price. It was the same for Spectral Soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral Soul, you are defying heaven, you will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal Gu and immortal Gu. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall and flew towards the depths of white heaven. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals who were left behind in white heaven took action and retrieved these immortal Gu. The most important one was Fate Immortal Gu. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed, it was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown to Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated. the 10 extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed. Only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling 9-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo Qing continued to get closer. You promised me that you would revive him. Spectral Soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo Qing's face. The split soul that created Bo Qing was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo Qing clenched his fists. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo Qing's main body. My revival also includes Bo Qing's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Bo Qing has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral Soul said slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He charged towards Spectral Soul. But the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. There's no need to worry anymore. Something's not right. Spectral Soul suddenly looked at Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie blinked, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have left? Spectral Soul asked. Ing Wuxie replied, we still have the time to brew a cup of tea. It is more than enough. Spectral Soul's heart was finally at ease. He could not hold on any longer. His body dissipated and condensed into a soul ball. It was the size of a basin. It was condensed into a solid form and floated towards sovereign immortal fetus goo. During this process, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Providence! He shouted as he sat up. He was filled with anger and anxiety. Feng Yuan, you finally woke up. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were overjoyed. Feng Yuan actually attacked his two benefactors. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were caught off guard. They were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Feng Yuan activated this rank 6 immortal goo. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered. Fixed immortal travel's activation failed. Damn it, I have to make it in time. He gritted his teeth, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He arrived at a place 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain. Looking at the battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was dumbfounded. His entire body turned cold. It was too late. Like Spectral Soul expected, Feng Yuan could not make it in time. But, right when Spectral Soul was about to merge with sovereign immortal fetus goo, a hand suddenly stretched out. Ing Wuxie grabbed onto Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already at the end of his rope. Before he could react, he heard Ing Wuxie say 4 words. Led soul into dream. Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of Ing Wuxie's body. It quickly fused into the rank 9 immortal goo in front of him. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, chop off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Ing Wuxie, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Quartz goo immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Feng Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge, he was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used his dream path killer move, but the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ing Wu Xie's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan. She started to sing. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Fang Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo he obtained from immortal zombie Bo Qing was changed soul immortal goo. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Bo Qing would fail the tribulation. He decided to use changed soul immortal goo at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Bo Qing. Bo Qing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation, but he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation. While stabilizing these immortal goo that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Fang Yuan first. As for the other sword path immortal goo, because they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the battle of Tian Mountain. They were still in Hu immortal blessed land. According to the last line of the poem, Fang Yuan could not escape by using unravel dream. He had to use changed soul immortal goo to swap souls with Ing Wu Xie. Of course, it was not so simple. The information in Fang Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used changed soul immortal goo as the core, it also included attitude immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and many dream path and soul path mortal goo. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Fang Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus, he activated the immortal killer move. He succeeded. Fang Yuan and Ing Wu Xie's souls were swapped secretly. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by Lead Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Ing Wu Xie's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Ing Wu Xie's soul entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Fang Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Fang Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. This time, why don't you try breaking free for me? Fang Yuan. Hey Lulan and Tai by Yunxing shouted. But, Fang Yuan, was in deep sleep, he could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon, Fang Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Ying Wu Xie has many immortal goo, lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. But Spectral Soul was also in deep trouble. After the first Myriad Tribulation Wind Lightning Prison, the second Myriad Tribulation, Gray Memory, descended. The speed at which the gray mist enveloped was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Did the main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, feeling extremely anxious. This is a good chance, you should retaliate. But in truth, he was thinking about other things. He was happy to see Spectral Soul being restrained. But on the other hand, he was also within the range of Myriad Tribulation, Gray Memory. He felt uneasy. Chapter 1027. The Myriad Tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless Myriad Tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals recognized this as the Myriad Tribulation, Gray Memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lulan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Ying Wu Xie was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end, he missed his target. This was a dream realm, so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Ying Wu Xie's exasperation. Let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Ying Wu Xie blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Gu Immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Yitian Mountain." But Ying Wu Xie was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to wake Ying Wuxie up, they were even further away from Yi Tian Mountain. Ying Wuxie and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxie, who was beside him. Fang Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Fang Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan did not get exposed. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using Gu worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain, there were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any Gu worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A Gu master's body was not modified by Gu worms like black boar Gu or white boar Gu. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a Gu master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal Gu sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using Gu worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately, he calmed down, his breathing slowed down. It was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other Gu immortals. They fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters, it was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times, he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often, he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. Fang Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When Gu immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Fang Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Fang Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Fang Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend, did you come from Tian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Change Soul Immortal Gu's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, you came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed Change Soul Immortal Gu's aura. He knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 Gu immortals with Immortal Gu. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Chai clan. Chai clan was a super force in this battle of Tian Mountain. Chai clan's Gu immortals died. Chai clan's first supreme elder sent an external Gu immortal, Huakong Dong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Huakong Dong thought to himself, suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person. He was silent for a while before replying, there is no one else in the surrounding 100 li other than you. Damn it! Damn it! Fang Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, it seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over. Huakong Dong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Huakong Dong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. I did not go deep into Tian Mountain. Go take a look yourself. Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Huakong Dong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. Wait, you are Huakong Dong? From Chai clan? Hokong Dong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. Very good. I have a relationship with your ninth supreme elder Chai Buta. Has his battlefield killer move myriad clan torch fire been perfected? Hokong Dong quickly answered, Ninth elder is still in closed cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time, he teased Fairy. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Hokong Dong. Lend me some goo worms. Hokong Dong was stunned again. What you are a grand goo immortal. You are just lending me some mortal goo. Why are you being so stingy? Fang Yuan said impatiently. Hokong Dong thought. Ninth elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move. That is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan, I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And ninth elder is not only a member of Chai clan, he is also the grandson of first supreme elder. After swapping souls, Fang Yuan would return to his body and be able to use goo worms to extract the special will from the goo worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts. The body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long. The mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When goo masters controlled goo worms, they usually used their thoughts. In Wu Xie's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Fang Yuan's. Thus, he could not use Fang Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way, he found traces of battle many times. Goo immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms and time, they could train their ability to fly. But goo masters usually could not. Therefore, these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Fang Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky, giving up on chasing. He changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Tian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining goo to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border goo immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border goo immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Ing Wu Xie and the rest met these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Hokong Dong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains goo immortal, he was suppressed by southern border goo immortals. Fang Yuan had the aura of a southern border goo immortal, he did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Ing Wu Xie did not come. Is it because of the southern border goo immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Fang Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, spectral soul demon venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years, he should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Ing Wu Xie go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Ing Wu Xie does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing, and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker. Fang Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then, where did Ying Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated. Ying Wu Xie left southern border, arriving in central continent. Because if he had these mortal goo, he could buy some suitable goo worms from jewel yellow skies. He would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo and Huakong Dong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Fang Yuan was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan inspected these 4 goo worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with connecting heaven goo, but just as Fang Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook. His face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves. He was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough. His heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time. Fang Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned, his muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture! If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal aperture goo. Looking at the entire goo refinement process. Firstly, the 10 extreme immortal zombies set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Secondly, the corpses of the goo immortals who died in southern border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as goo refinement materials. Next, the Zombie Alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the demon venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, as well as some luck, to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid, the sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal goo was produced. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo, in the vast sea of goo worms, had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal goo. That was wisdom goo. Against wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like the most delicious meal in the world. He could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful, it gave Fang Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus goo refined by spectral soul cannot be so simple, there must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Feng Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Ying Wuxie. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Feng Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Ying Wuxie and take back his goo worms. Thus, Feng Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Ying Wuxie. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven goo to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Feng Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 goo immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 goo immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 goo immortals. A small portion of rank 6 goo immortals like Tai Bai Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension, thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 goo immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme goo immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark ice soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Guyue desolate een physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a goo immortal, like He Lulan, they would have a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely, there were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many goo immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. He contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Feng Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting heaven goo in her possession. After Feng Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the battle of Dao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's goo immortals. The dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into Star Form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain, several Feng Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves. In the underground cave, there was Wisdom Goo, as well as some Sword Path Immortal Goo that Feng Yuan took from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Dang Hun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of Guts Goo. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House, and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was Star Form Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. There were many enslavement path Dao marks inside. It was beneficial for Feng Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves. If these hairy men were in star form blessed land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They would not work hard on Gu refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires, they would slack off. Of course. Feng Yuan also considered He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for Wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Feng Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then, he had made an agreement with Wisdom Gu because of a special situation. Feng Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. "Is it Master?" Little Hu Immortal asked happily. "It is me." Feng Yuan replied. "Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code." Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. "Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much." Feng Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Feng Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Hu Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, you don't want Little Hu Immortal anymore?" Little Hu Immortal is very obedient. She will listen to Master even more in the future. Feng Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you." Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Feng Yuan. She did not doubt Feng Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langya. After all, he was an external supreme elder of Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortals to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Dang Hun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu Immortal, before bringing it back to Langya Blessed Land through a stargate. Little Hu Immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu Immortal and Star Form Blessed Lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Ing Wu Xie dealt with it, Feng Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Ing Wu Xie's identities had been swapped. Feng Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about 3 things. First, the Gu worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, Land Spirit of Langya, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate, and others. Feng Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other Gu worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Ing Wu Xie will do? The hope of me retrieving these Gu worms is already minuscule. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land's resources have already been moved away. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is in the hands of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, while Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now, only the third thing is left, He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing and others. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan. In Wu Xie was using Fang Yuan's body, in a way, he was blocking trouble for Fang Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were Fang Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme Gu immortal with a great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai Bai Yunxing. Although there were only 2 immortal Gu, each was a top-tier Gu worm with great use. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wu Xie to make things difficult for him. After contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Fang Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate, would he be able to learn the truth. He could not contact them. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. This time, he received a response almost immediately. "Good lad, you finally contacted me." Land Spirit of Langya was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Fang Yuan had already joined Langya sect. When he found Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the Blessed Land. It would stimulate their passion for Gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan roughly told the Land Spirit of Langya about Wu Xie and Shadow Sect. The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Fang Yuan finished speaking. "So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Immortal Gu, Spring-Autumn Cicada." The Land Spirit of Langya shouted again, "What kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Gu, dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Gu is actually dog shit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu?" The Land Spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years, it was dog shit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1, he is the expert who created the organization, Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow Gu from me. Gong's son Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Gu Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Wu Xie's message. Facing Wu Xie's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Yu frowned. "This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Ing Wu Xie failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir. Earth Abyss, in a secret room. Ing Wu Xie smashed the table in front of him. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher, who did not want to go further. Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources. Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise, they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever. Cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. The land spirit of Langya had calculated this clearly. He did not give Fang Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Fang Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it. He was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain spring-autumn cicada. On the other side, the land spirit of Langya continued. Sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much. Our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh, what missions are there? Fang Yuan asked casually. The land spirit of Langya wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength. He naturally told him everything he knew. Fang Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into 2 types. One was to collect goo refinement materials, the other was to spar with the hairy man goo immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya turned from the white-haired land spirit to the black-haired land spirit. The concept of managing Langya Blessed Land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired land spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the goo master world and trample on humans and other races. Thus, he actively trained the hairy man goo immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man goo immortals only knew how to refine goo. They did not even have any basic training. Their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Fang Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired land spirit find goo refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the hairy man goo immortals. How about this, First Supreme Elder, I lack goo worms. Buy some southern border goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Fang Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Langya naturally did not reject him. Batches of goo worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Goo, arriving in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal goo, including wine sackflower goo, rice sackgrass goo, sweet spring goo, eating wind drink dew goo, and others. Chapter 1040. Southern Border, at the peak of a nameless mountain. Fang Yuan had Sword Escape Immortal Goo in his left hand and Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his right hand. He looked around. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was like a bee with golden needles, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement Immortal Goo. Its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo. The latter was famous in history. It was Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive goo. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored the two immortal goo. During this period of time on Yitian Mountain, the Sword Path Immortal Goo had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom. They had all become Fang Yuan's. These two immortal goo were naturally among them. They could be used by Fang Yuan at any time now. With these two immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously, he had Attitude Goo, Change Soul Immortal Goo, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. He lacked defensive and movement methods. Now that he had these two immortal goo, Fang Yuan's weakness was filled. His battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakong Dong again, Fang Yuan could directly use his immortal goo to attack. Connecting Heaven Goo was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him Sword Escape and Flying Sword, two rank 7 immortal goo, Jewel Yellow Skies was bustling with activity. More and more goo immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 goo immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 immortal goo. Thus, this transaction of two rank 7 immortal goo caused such a commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was only a market. It was very open and could not be kept a secret. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo. He had no choice. After obtaining two Sword Path Immortal Goo, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time, you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya. Using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport goo worms. Not for free. For every transaction, Jewel Yellow Skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course, of the 30 contribution points, a portion was used to purchase goo worms for Fang Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts goo. Fang Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Guts goo trade. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along, Fang Yuan's guts goo trade. It was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because guts goo needed air sac goo to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But air sac goo needed He Lolan's strength chi immortal goo as the main goo refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now, He Lulan was missing. Strength chi immortal goo was not with Fang Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new gu recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with He Lulan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon, the sun was shining high in the sky, there were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall, it was fat and muscular, its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall. Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change. He activated his goo worm at the critical moment. The movement goo worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive goo worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master's sword Chi-Gu." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, his index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword Chi shot out. The sword Chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild goo. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword Chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then, the sword Chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body, without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive goo. How can my sword Chi-Gu fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild goo on the brown bear?" The youngster shouted. Good grandson, this brown bear is something that your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. He's a good opponent." A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword Chi-Gu. But at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword Chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle, I lost all my elegance. The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, "This is the clan's alarm bell, Gu. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go." The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 Gu master? After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog. His speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable. His stomach was churning intensely. He almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body, and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Ni clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Ni clan leader, a rank 5 Gu master, Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, "What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell, Gu?" "Clan leader, the situation is urgent, please look." An elder activated the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation, used on Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images. At this moment, he had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. "It is a beast tide. Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide. Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite Gu masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem." Ni Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson Ni Jian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive Gu formations. Second elder, third elder, you two quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the heavenly fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, you will lead the medicine hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh elder, you will inspect the teleportation Gu formation. Once there is a problem, teleport away all the seeds in the village. Ni Kuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave, surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young Ni Jian stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast, like wolf calamity, tiger calamity, and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer foxes, snakes, and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather Ni Kuan muttered. Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal, I have the same question as you. Chi Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The reason is a long story. If we get to the root of the matter. As for our Qi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky inspecting 5 xiangs thousands of years ago. Sky inspecting 5 phases? Qi, he was puzzled. The heavens surveying 5 xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts of southern borders Gu immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level, They stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the Sky Inspecting Five Symbols. Our Qi clan's ancestor. He was one of the five Xiangs, Qi Xiang. And our Qi clan mainly cultivates Qi path. Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Qi he was tongue-tied. Qi Zai side. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend, their every action has great influence. And back then, Southern Border Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs were even more famous. They were famous in the other 4 regions. That was because these 5 experts had similar interests, they had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other 4 regions rank 8 Gu immortals see the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the 5 Xiangs, Southern Border's Gu immortal world suppressed the other 4 regions, the 5 Xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Qi Zai's tone turned gloomy. Why is that? Qi he quickly asked. Qi Zai sighed, continuing, I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the Sky Inspecting Five Xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the 5 Xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it, no one was willing to take a step back. But the 5 Xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors made a bet. Bet? That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the 5 Xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu immortals would be the winner. Qi he calculated the time, 1,000 years had already passed, she quickly asked, then which clan won? Qi Zai smiled bitterly, 8,000 years later, there were 2 clans with the same number of new Gu immortals, they were evenly matched. But if he used jewel yellow skies to transport them, not only would jewel yellow skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people, just the cost of using jewel yellow skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used jewel yellow skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste, it was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langya asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, he frowned. What, is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Land Spirit of Langya replied, no matter what goo recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel. All of these goo recipes required a crucial goo material that was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity. It was the era of Renzu. At that time, the entire world only had Renzu and his 10 sons. No matter what goo recipe you use, it won't work? Feng Yuan knew that land spirit of Langya would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course, Langya land spirit answered firmly and directly, I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travels immortal goo recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which goo recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each goo recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier goo. It has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Feng Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then he had used Xiao Mang's extreme light goo. But now, Xiao Mang was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang were pawns chosen by Xiao clan's supreme elder. These 2 were living goo immortal seeds, but as mortals, they were pawns. Even at death's door, they did not understand the truth of Tian Mountain. Once Xiao Mang died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiao Mang is dead, not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Feng Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal goo, land spirit of Langya was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 goo immortal when he was alive. How deep is the hatred? Why is he chasing me like this? Feng Yuan was very depressed. In his previous life's memories, this Anai clan did not have any goo immortal seniors. That was why Feng Yuan acted so recklessly. To think that because of this, goo immortals would chase after him, 1 rank 6 and 1 rank 7, 2 goo immortals. Feng Yuan tried to guess Chizai's motive, but it was pointless. Because he knew nothing about the 5 Xiang's bet. He could only fight while retreating. Every time they fought, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Goo to fight for 2 to 3 rounds before using Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan started to see some clues. The rank 6 Goo Immortal beside him has a strange expression. She seems to have advanced to Goo Immortal not long ago. She calls the rank 7 Goo Immortal Grandpa. They are related by blood, they should be relatives. This rank 6 Goo Immortal should not be a problem. If she could make a move, she would have interfered and trapped me long ago. But during the entire battle, she has been sitting at the back, not doing anything. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information. Chizai also gained a deeper understanding of Feng Yuan. This strange guy seems to be a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He actually used 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Chizai did not know how to evaluate this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Goo Immortals did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. They had a great desire for them. This person in front of him also did not have a rank 6 Immortal Goo, but he took a huge step forward, directly possessing 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. But you've taken too big a step. I want to see how much Green Grape Immortal Essence you have to activate a rank 7 Sword Goo. Chizai sneered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, now that his cultivation level was one rank higher than Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal goo. He was not in a hurry. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, he advanced as he fought, he was cunning and sinister, he was very hard to deal with. Fang Yuan thought, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal Yuan stones. These were all transported from the land spirit of Langya. My sect contribution points are all used. This person has a good plan, he wants to waste my immortal essence, but I know his scheme, but I can do nothing about it. If he used a rank 6 immortal goo, Fang Yuan's endurance would be much stronger, he would not be in such an awkward situation. With his rank 6 cultivation level, using a rank 7 immortal goo was too much of a stretch. Qi Zai Wei could not get rid of him, Fang Yuan could not get rid of him, they were in a deadlock. Both sides fought for over 10 times. In order to maintain the situation, Fang Yuan had to drink poison to quench his thirst. He kept asking for immortal Yuan stones from the land spirit of Langya. And his Langya sect contribution points had already reached rock bottom. Qi Zai was inwardly surprised. Fang Yuan being able to last until now was out of his expectations. This rank 6 goo immortal is truly strange. This person must have a big secret on him. If I can get my hands on it, it might be the greatest secret I have ever had since I started cultivating. The greatest opportunity. At this point, Qi Zai's heart was burning. He looked at Fang Yuan's cold gaze like he was looking at a moving treasure vault. But at the next moment, Qi Zai's gaze froze as shock appeared on his face. He cursed inwardly, that mountain range ahead. Wasn't it just the 5-boundary mountain range? Damn it, so that's what he was planning. We can't let him escape into the mountains. The 5-boundary mountain range had a powerful background. He was a rank 8 goo immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Zhu and he was known as Restriction Master. This person cultivated Restriction Path, which was a branch of Rule Path, just like the Emotion Path that flowed out of Wisdom Path. People called him a Restriction Master. It meant that this person was the master of Restriction Path goo immortals of the current generation. It showed how high his attainment in this aspect was. He had a deep understanding of the 5 regional walls. They were trying to find a way to allow goo immortals to cross regional walls easily. The 5-boundary mountain range was deliberately modified for his research. Unfortunately, after he died, he did not get any results. But this 5-boundary mountain range was left behind, becoming a special location in southern border. After Fang Yuan was held back by Qi Zai, he had been trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border's terrain. The 5-boundary mountain range became his hope. Qi Zai wanted to expend Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. He used sword escape immortal goo and after some trouble, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li and finally arrived here. Qi Zai had not left his residence for a long time, and his attention was drawn by Fang Yuan. He did not think of this. He quickly made a move. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal goo, and was already prepared. How could he let him succeed? Qi Zai looked at Fang Yuan with a grim expression as he entered the 5-boundary mountain range. He hesitated for a moment. He made up his mind, saying to Qi He who was beside him, "Sit here, I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you, you will be fine. After I kill this person, I will come and find you." "Granduncle, be careful," Qi He quickly said. Qi Zai nodded, air currents surged around him as he chased after Fang Yuan, entering the 5-boundary mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, Qi Zai felt a strong repulsive force that wanted to push him out. It turned out that this 5-boundary mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu when he imitated the 5 regional walls. When a goo immortal entered this place, it was like passing through the 5 regional walls. The mountain range that Fang Yuan chose was shining with golden white light. It was an imitation of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border goo immortal. He would naturally be pushed out. He knew Fang Yuan's plan. This crafty lad, his rank 6 cultivation level has become an advantage here. As a rank 7 goo immortal, the repulsive force here is much stronger than him. No way. This person is very suspicious. He is related to the thousands of years of bet that my Qi clan won. I need to kill him. Qi's eyes was firm. He did not waver because of the difficulties in front of him. Both sides stopped flying. They started to trudge on the 5-boundary mountain range. Just as this pursuit began again, deep in central continent's earth abyss, a battle had already ended. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, drawing a straight line in the sky. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew towards the regional wall closest to northern plains. Sword Escape Immortal Gu activated, gradually getting rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He had already asked about Land Spirit of Langya a long time ago. He asked about the ancient cloud beasts, but Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Fang Yuan sent dozens of wills to search the jewel-yellow skies, trying to find the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range, but there was no good news. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only try and see if he could get rid of the ancient cloud beasts. He hardened his heart. Fang Yuan continued to use Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He did not stop for even a moment. Finally, he got rid of the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He used a mortal killer move and continued to fly. His speed fell. After paying such a price, it would be great if I could get rid of them. Fang Yuan was secretly worried. He could not see the ancient cloud beasts, but that did not mean he had gotten rid of them. These rank 7 Gu immortal level existences often did not rely on sight to track them. It all depended on the limit of their tracking distance. Just as Fang Yuan was looking back with worry, a blood light suddenly flew from the southeast direction. The blood light tore through the sky. After sensing Fang Yuan, it slowed down for a moment before approaching Fang Yuan rapidly. It is a rank 6 blood path Gu immortal. He seemed to have gone through an intense battle. Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the newcomer and frowned. Regardless of the person's intentions, Fang Yuan did not want to get into any more trouble. He had enough trouble already. He did not know if he had gotten rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. There were less than 2 months before the tribulation arrived. Thus, he immediately changed his direction, getting away from the blood light that was approaching him. The Gu immortal in the blood light sensed Fang Yuan's intentions. He quickly shouted, "Wait! I found a supreme fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me escape this tribulation, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Gu and share this supreme fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Supreme fortuitous encounter? People have really obtained benefits from it? Fang Yuan was surprised. At this time, several Gu immortals appeared from behind the bloodlight. They were approaching with strong auras and imposing auras. They seemed to have heard the words that the Blood Path Gu immortal shouted at Fang Yuan. They scolded him one after another. "Blood Path demon harms the world. Everyone has the right to kill him. Anyone who colludes with this demon will be killed without mercy. Fellow immortal Fang, if you manage to stop this demon, my Tang clan will definitely reward you." "No need. This demon was hit by my, Lu Qing Yu's, immortal killer move. It definitely can't escape. Friend ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost." At once, Fang Yuan was persuaded, warned, and scolded by these Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but his priority now was to get to Northern Plains Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Changing his direction, Fang Yuan directly retreated towards the Blood Path Gu Immortal. The Blood Path Gu Immortal was anxious. He had reached his limit. Fang Yuan was his only hope of survival. Once Fang Yuan retreated, he quickly changed his direction and moved towards Fang Yuan. "If you help me, I am willing to give this fortuitous encounter to you," he shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu Immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu Immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals did not want to offend Super Forces. Super Forces were also wary of Lone Immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on. He could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal was actually being suppressed by a Rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, "To redeem my face, I have to use that Immortal Killer move. As long as I capture this Rank 6 Gu Immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness." But this Immortal Killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his Immortal Aperture. Next, he slowly formed the killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against Gu Immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing swept through Central Continent. He was known as the #1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand, but he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use Dark Assassination now. Because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times, Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Gu are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The Immortal Killer move that he was preparing in his Immortal Aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. Soon, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword immortal goo as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam bam bam. These black projectiles were densely packed. They rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once, there were heavy casualties. But soon, from the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem. But he observed carefully, even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time, he activated over 100 mortal goo. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, A curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal Hei Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal Aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Xue Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered, intense winds howled, ice and snow rampaged, the edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet. With a loud sound, it was completely crushed. Of the 100 Gu worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high, his mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now, it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born poor, he did not have a Huang Jin bloodline, his starting point was very low, he only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated Strength Path, but was not restricted by the predicament of Strength Path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jun Gu and so on with his own strength. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step, under the shocked gazes of the world. He finally shed his mortal body and became a Gu Immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a Gu Immortal, he organized and created the human Jun Strength Path. This small path gave the declining Strength Path an intense boost of strength. It was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing Strength Path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the Beast Strength Phantom Path and Chi Heaven and Earth Path, the human Jun Strength Path was added to the Strength Path. It was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of Strength Path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the Gu masters in Northern Plains cultivated Strength Path. They walked on the human Jun Strength Path. Fate was a mysterious thing. Normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, They had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation. Because of the ancient ruin bat's power, a part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed. It connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation and absorbing reckless savage's true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. He had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside was clearly the reckless savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a Gu master's immortal ascension, using reckless barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chu Du was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. This guy is protecting someone else's tribulation. He must be after the true meaning of reckless savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langya was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chu Du. As long as I get his dermic formulation, why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of reckless savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chu Du shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal. Back when he advanced to rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him.